All right. It is time once again for shiny hunting. Hello, Paper Cookie. Hope you're doing all right. All right, I gotta turn on some music. I need to work on my playlist, but there's just so many things I need to do right now. It kind of sucks. I'm trying to prep 2 projects right now. So I'm working on the puppet video. And then on top of that, there are 2 projects I want to do for videos that I want to prep outlines for so I can send them to modders. So I've been brainstorming ideas for that. Did you miss Shiny Mouse? No, I've been taking a break from that because it's freaking exhausting. So yeah, that's sort of where I am right now with Mousehold. Is the dog video ready? The dog video is done. It's up on my YouTube, but it's not gonna go up until Saturday. But yeah, there's just been yeah. Oh yeah, chat. When's the samurai? The samurai thing. Do you guys know when that's supposed to be? Or is it a samurai? What Pokemon is it? I don't remember. Mod appreciation today. True, we love the mods. April 8th? Okay. Also, sorry I don't have the document ready for my SHINYDEX. It's something I want to work on, but again, there's just so many projects right now. I'm trying to prioritize the puppet video, and I got a lot of script work done for it today. It's just the issue, oh yeah, I should bring up my SHINYDEX doc real quick. And this isn't like a tracker doc, it's more so just like, something for myself. I need to make the tracker doc still. There we go, 23 SHINYDEX. It just has notes in it. So I can keep track of like stats for when I finally finish and make the video. All right. Save, and then let's make the sandwich. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dum. Is it salty? No, we want to do sweet and spicy, I think is the recipe that I want. Or is there a double sweet recipe? Wait. Sweet and bitter, sweet and bitter, sweet and sweet. That's the one we want to do because I have a ton of sweet herbo. So I need to put basil on it. Been a while since you can make a stream. Well, I've only streamed like once in the past week. So do not worry about it. All right, really quickly before I start letting these eggs spawn in, I am going to move my boxes so they actually go into a box that we want it to. Yeah, egg power 3. Because right now they're all gonna go in the wrong box. And that'll be really annoying. Here we go. So is a simple fox. Yeah, they're a little guy. All right, I need to put the timer on, by the way. But yeah, now we wait. This is the fun part about doing egg hunting, but it's part of the reason I want to do all the egg shiny hunts first. The chibi that my artist drew of my Sona. Which drawing? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, they drew that as a thanks. Are you doing home for SHINYDEX? No, only Scarlet Violet. I think home for SHINYDEX is boring. Now, obviously, that's just me. It doesn't matter. Like, for some people, it's like, oh, well, I want to bring my shinies over from another game. I don't really have that need or feeling. So, yeah. Speaking of my emote artist chat, they finished another emote. I really need to get affiliate on my alt. There's literally only one more that needs to be made. Some of the people who've watched the streams on my alt know that, like, they've seen Nodders and they've seen, like, 4 other emotes or something like that. But there's, like, other stuff that's been finished that they haven't seen because I just haven't been showing people. Because, like, I can't upload them yet. But yeah, Steer is done now. Oh yeah, I need to be doing this. It's been like 2 minutes. There might be 10 eggs in here. Yeah, there was. Whoops. 10's the cap. E3 was canceled. I mean, wasn't E3 also canceled last year? All streams have been super late. Yeah, yeah, they have. Yeah, exclamation mark alt. Follow my alt. I need to make sure every time I go live, I have at least 3 viewers so I can get affiliate and upload emotes on there. And then I'll have to pay money to subscribe to my own channel. Because you don't get free perma-subs as an affiliate. You want a founder's badge. Oh, man. But yeah, the main thing that sucks about getting affiliate on that account is you have to stream for 7 different days. And right now, I only have 1 day streamed, but I have like 5 hours streamed because it was like a 5-hour stream. I don't even remember what I did. What was my last alt stream, chat? Well, I've done 2 streams, but the other one was like 28 days ago, so it won't matter. Wasn't it Rivals Speedrun Prep? Oh yeah, it was. It was Rivals speedrun prep. That was like 4 hours of stream. I don't have a scheduled stream time on my alt, but over the next like week, I might just do really brief 30-minute streams that are basically going to be nothing. Like maybe I'll play around the super auto pets or something. I just need to bump the number up. Like that's literally what it is. So I need to get affiliate so I can upload the emotes. Because right now I really don't have anything to stream on the alt, and there's like stuff I'd rather work on off stream over streaming on my alt, like the paper puppet video. Scarlet or Mario Odyssey? I mean, I like Mario Odyssey more. I just have less Mario Odyssey to do. That's like the main thing, right? Most Mario Odyssey stream ideas have already been done, so unless I want to just do something that somebody else has already done, like I don't really have much content. Would you raid at the end of the stream for an extra 30 minutes? No, I'd rather have all the shiny hunting be on this channel. You don't need any Herbamisca to hunt? I mean, I could just do like 30 minutes of hunting, like one sandwich, just so I have it. But I really don't need Herba right now. I think I have over like 200. Like, I can always use more, because even though I'm taking a break from Tandem Mouse because I was burning out on it, I'm probably going to need 200 Herba Mystica alone to get that thing. Because at most, I generally get one per sandwich, so I'm going to have to make like 100 sandwiches unless I get lucky. I could play a new game for the alt, or are we talking about like on this channel? Because I know I did just say like, I haven't been playing Odyssey much because I don't really have Odyssey content. There's not really any many new games I want to play, and like the other issue is like there's some games I'm interested in playing casually that I could stream on the alt, but there's an issue, and that issue is I want to do a subathon at some point. Ninja, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. But yeah, since I want to do a subathon at some point, I have the issue of like, oh, do I save casual stuff for when I eventually do that? Because I already decided like the subathon probably won't be in April like I was originally considering, and I don't think it'll be in May either. So maybe I'll try and do a June or July subathon. It depends on when I end up going on a trip though, because I want to see a friend over the, I guess I could say summer, which would either be in like July or September, is when we've like mentioned the idea. Yeah, like I want to do a subathon, just hard. How many mice? I haven't gotten Tandem Mouse yet, but I think I've caught like 13 of them. Which sucks, because I've probably done like, you know, like 20 hours of hunting. For Dunspars, 20 hours of hunting was like 50 or 60 Dunspars. So if you guys were wondering why I haven't been doing many Tandem Mouse shiny hunting streams recently, it's because I've been burnt out on it. Like, the streams are exhausting and they weren't getting as many viewers. I still want to do it. I want to finish it. I want to make the video. But I need a break. So I'm probably gonna, most shiny hunting content for the next like weeks are probably gonna be focused on SHINYDEX. Yeah, hopefully I can get Tandem Mouse in under 100, and hopefully I can also get Synesty in under 100. The mice will be there when I'm ready. Yeah, though I'm gonna need to get the outbreak again, which is fine. I don't really care. Like, that's something I can do off stream. I can even do it on my alt. Yeah, I need to figure out some more Mario Odyssey stream ideas. Because, like, the one Odyssey idea that I'm workshopping right now, it's not really something I can stream. Oh, I should do viewer ideas for, shouldn't I? Let chat give me the stream ideas. I've been saying I want to do it, so I should probably do it. Make the community post right now. I could. Well, that's not really chat making the content for me, because those videos are a lot of work. And not just on my end, because, like, if somebody suggests a modded idea, I have to bug Amethyst, right? And Amethyst has a long queue. Or if it's like a custom map idea, I have to bug Cupcake, and Cupcake does a lot of other commission work too. All the moon, more reason to ask early. Yeah, I mean, there will probably be a stream. I don't know if I should say soon, but we're gonna be doing a tier list video. It's funny because that video is probably gonna be not the longest video on my channel, but it's gonna be like a multiple hour video, and it's probably not gonna do well because of that, or it will do well because of that, because people will find humor in it. But I want to do the all moons tier list. I know people have already done it, but I want to do it. Like, I talked to Tippy because she's done a all moons tier list before, and she gave me the tier list maker she made. I should book CJ about new mods. CJ isn't a mod maker, and CJ makes his own videos. Well, this is the longest non-VOD on my channel. I think it is probably Game Show, because that's like a 40+ minute video, and it's a highlight. And before people ask me like, hey, you should do something like that again, I have ideas like that, but that's all I can say. I have stuff like related that I'm workshopping in terms of like big projects, similar style, but last, you know, like the SMO game show took months. But yeah, that's the main reason I didn't stream yesterday, chat. I spent a lot of time workshopping 2 ideas I had. One was SMO and one was for another game. I didn't really get much script work done, but I did get some like work that's for long term, I guess, on YouTube. Odyssey chat only 56 minutes. I don't know if that counts. Because that's like before I really had any real direction with how I approached YouTube content. What are we hunting? Hisuians or Rua? For the SHINYDEX I'm doing, this counts because you could get it through Scarlet essentially, and only Scarlet. Like, you don't need Pokemon Home to get Hisuians or Rua. So for the SHINYDEX I want to go for, it counts basically. Mario Odyssey Nuzlocke. I'm gonna do a Pokemon Nuzlocke soonish. Originally, after Kirby for Gore but Murder is Illegal, I was gonna do Pokemon but Murder is Illegal, but I think instead I'm gonna work on a Nuzlocke. I think that's my current plan. Game am I planning to Nuzlocke? I was talking with people and I was told Gen 3 is pretty good. So probably Fire Red or Emerald. It'll probably be Fire Red. As much as I have a ton of nostalgia for Emerald, I think Fire Red is just the more obvious one to do. We love Pokemon content. I mean, a lot of people don't. Mario content's still my best performing, but it's just, it's hard to do more Odyssey content. Like, I've been trying to think of maybe like more Mario Party content or stuff like that. But it's unfortunately not easy. Like, a lot of my ideas end up being like, okay, this is like 40 hours of streams or 50 hours of streams. And just a lot of work on my end, which I don't think videos like that are bad. Like, I love making videos like that. It's just a lot of work. Sadness, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. All right, so for the people who don't know this about me, the problem with like Mario Odyssey speedrunning, but if I die, I like reset or stuff like that, is I have collected all 880 moons in Mario Odyssey without taking damage. It's really hard for me to do like damageless challenges. So like the fact that I'm planning a Mario, but every time I take damage I install more mods. That's what Amethyst is working on for me right now. I could just not take damage. I could do multiple runs though. There's always that. Should I make the YouTube community post now? We could. I might do another your speedrun, your Mario speedrun ideas. All right, there you go. I made it, chat. I'll link it in chat in a second. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum. How do you link community posts? They make it so hard. There we go. There you go, chat. Wait, no, that is the right link. I'm gonna make a pin for it. So yeah, if you guys want to submit a dumb idea, put it there, because I need more dumb ideas. Ba 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 bum. Time to start thinking. Yeah, be creative about it too. Like make your challenge either has to be so stupid that it's funny, or creative enough that it has to add to a YouTube video, right? Like it has to be something that if it took up between 30 seconds and 3 minutes of a 20-minute video, it would be worth the time slot. Do the wing hot sauce challenge with speedrunning? Didn't CJ do something like that? Either way, chat, so you have to submit it to the YouTube community post. I will not take your ideas otherwise. And the reason I need to specify this is because the way these videos work is part of it I need to spend like 2 hours of my time reading through them and reacting. So I have like footage, or I can do fake reactions like I did that one time. The first viewer ideas video has no real reactions on it. I just faked it. So for anyone who didn't know that yet, now you do. Yeah, we're almost at 30 minutes. We almost get to start hatching eggs. I need to open up a program to increment the egg counter because I don't have it open yet. Your dog is watching with you. Nice. Shout outs to dogs. Oh yeah, chat, even though I haven't been streaming much this week, I'm still taking Friday off. I'll probably stream on my alt just to get alt stream count up. And That was the other thing I was gonna say, but I will be streaming Saturday. There's something that's happening Saturday that's like scheduled that I'm a part of. Like, I don't really know how else to put it. Yeah, I think I can just talk about it. It's Saturday. It's a Pokemon Showdown Random Battles tournament. So that'll be fun. I need to install a different internet browser that I can use while streaming so I don't accidentally like dox myself. No, it's random battles, and random battles means you get random Pokemon. Opera, maybe if they sponsor me. Why do you need an internet browser for your stream? Because who knows what's on my like normal browser? Maybe it will like autofill like the school I went to in high school when I'm like typing something in. Like when you're live broadcasting yourself over the internet, it's smart to have like a degree of separation, you know, to use like a separate browser compared to what you use in your personal time. Doug does it, and he talks about it sometimes, but yeah, I just think it's a smart thing to do. What type of Pokemon do you want? Autofill Harvard? I guess I can talk about what college I went to, because that's safe enough. Once had a friend dox himself because his real name was at the top of an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, you have to be careful too when sharing Excel documents, because you can like look up info and see like, okay, these people are on it. You know, I've been pretty careful whenever I do like an Excel document that I'm sharing with chat, that it is not like connected to my personal email. Etch is a being that has a chat GPT thing. I don't think I'm ever gonna do another like AI video, so like, I think content themed around AI can be funny, because it's like, I feel like the joke with those videos is usually like, oh, it's not good enough, and we'll go off on like random tangents or like stupid things that like make, you know, a video interesting that you wouldn't just get from a person doing it. But with all the negative like backlash that sort of stuff has received recently, I just wouldn't want to touch it. Even if it's supposed to be like, haha, funny, it made me hold a potato in a speed run. All right, that should be about done for the sandwich. Yeah, we have 25 seconds left. All right, it's time. How many eggs we got? 30, 60, 90, 96, 102, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117. 117 eggs. All right, let's swap my Zoruas out with this guy. I'll be honest, for a moment, my brain was like, oh, it's about to start singing Coldplay. I gotta turn the song off. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. If you know, you know. Yeah, now we get to do the fun part where we get to open up a ton of things. Media share. It's not even a media share thing. Like, people usually don't submit Silva Gunner rips when I do media share. You already have 46 submissions? That sounds about right. The last time we did one of these, I had to read over 1,000, so... And most of them sucked. I got like 10 ideas out of 1,000. So try not to make your ideas suck. Or make it suck enough to where, like, I can make it funny, right? All right. And the counter starts to go up. If it didn't suck, can you really complete the assignment properly? I don't know. Also, I think something to remind people of with these sorts of submissions, it's better if I can do it without mods, because one, mods are expensive. And two, they take a lot of time. What shiny Zoro looks like? It's blue. Like, generally speaking, if I want to do something modded, I want to make it a full video. But it depends. Like, sometimes a modded idea is like, oh, this is really easy to do cheaply because it's like a super simple mod. Like, if somebody submitted Mario Odyssey, but I have a Mercedes, like, I feel like I probably only paid Amethyst like 20 bucks or something like that to port the Mercedes from Mario Kart into Mario Odyssey for the Mafia video. But yeah, we'll see. Nope. Ba ba da 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 dum. How's it going? It's going all right. I'm hoping I'll be back to a more normal streaming schedule now. At least until Easter, which is, I guess, I guess what I'm saying is I hope I have a normal streaming schedule for the next like week. Because I think I'm gonna be off the 7th. I think the 8th is when my family's celebrating Easter. And then who knows if my family will want to do anything on the 9th. So yeah, we'll have to see. Nope. One year? That's crazy. Yo! It's Kaon. Hopefully I said that right. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I said it right? Nice. We love that. All right, 230. Give it up for egg 230. Nope. Oh yeah, chat, you want to know the fun part? Since we're doing SHINYDEX, I have to hatch 2 of these. So even after we hatch the first, we still have to do another. And then for every other shiny starter, we have to hatch 3. I guess we're just lucky that like this is one of the Pokemon they gave out and it's not, you know, yeah, a living dex. Yeah, that's the goal. I want to do a living dex. Kitty, thank you for the tier 1 for 12 months. I appreciate it. The 1 year living shiny dex. That's one of the things I want to do with shiny hunting. Yeah, like my timeline for Pokemon videos is I want to do living shiny dex and rarest shinies before the DLC, and then when the DLC comes out, I want to do like catching all the Pokemon in the DLC, and then I'm going to do catching all the shinies in the DLC. All right, this next one's 234, not the one we just hatched. All right, let's see. Nope. Yeah, I really gotta make my SHINYDEX Excel sheet so chat can track my progress. Like, technically speaking, chat, I don't think 167 is actually the right number right now, because I think I got a random shiny or something like that in between the last time I was doing SHINYDEX progress and this stream. Use the Pokédex tracker online for that. I feel like I've looked at that before, and it didn't necessarily fit what I wanted. Pokédex tracker online. And Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet regional decks probably wouldn't work because I need... Okay, it has non-Paldean forms, but it doesn't have, like, the raid Pokemon.
Cheers to 12 months.
Yo, thank you, Kitty. I appreciate it for the 300 bits. Yeah, so I probably won't use Pokédex Tracker Online. I'll probably just make my own sheet. Use a Google form and just do little check marks. All right, see you later, combat. $238. Nah, the muck I missed, it was the, I think a Wiglet or whatever it's called. Nope. No, you can't tell if it's shiny before it hatches. Reminding you of the first 100-hour shiny hunting stream? Yeah. I could shiny hunt other Pokemon while egg hatching, but I think that'll make the video when I do the SHINYDEX video too complicated. Ba-da-da-da-da-ba-bum. All right, 240. Nope. Ba-bum, ba-da. How many submissions are already on the thing since you guys are talking about it for viewer ideas? $91. Yeah, that sounds about right. Stuff like that just like baits engagement. Like last time, I think I had like 100,000 less subscribers. So we could potentially get like 2,000 comments. I don't think I will. Because even though we have like 100,000 more subs than I think when I last did something like this, I just don't think it'll, you know, I don't think my viewership has grown to that same degree. It's crazy to think though, we're at like 221,000 subs. If it ends up being a good month, which there's a chance it will, because I should get a lot of videos up this month, meaning like 4. I could be at like 250K by the end of the month. Meaning the end of April, not the end of March. Because April is going to be dog spawning. It's going to be manhunt. It might be Kirby Forgore, but murder is illegal. I hope. It should also hopefully have You Laugh, You Lose shiny hunting. I think there's already 4 videos, so... But yeah, there should be some decent videos that go out that month. Though Kirby Forgore, Murder is Illegal might not do well. I'm like right now I'm struggling with how to end that video. Looking forward to the manhunt one. Yeah, the manhunt one's been getting worked on a lot. It's just every time my editor starts working on it, I'm like, hey, can you do this instead? Because there ends up being a deadline. It's like, oh yeah, the dog spawning video, that has a deadline of April 1st. The sponsored video, the If I Say Dragon, that had a deadline. Because sponsored videos usually have deadlines. Do I have a stretch goal for YouTube subs by end of the year? Stretch goal is 500K. Goal is like 350 to 400, but stretch goal is 500. Because 500 is like averaging 30K a month, basically, for the rest of the year. All right, one more egg, and this egg's 249. Let's go 500K. I don't know how realistic that is, though. Like, when working over the last couple of days, I've had a little bit of imposter syndrome, which I think is pretty normal for YouTubers. But yeah, it's pretty easy to just watch one of my own videos and be like, why does this deserve 1 million views? It's just a highlight of a stream. And I think the answer is that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if a million people want to watch it. 1 million people want to watch it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just easy to think, like, why should my highlights do well when, like, when it comes to stream highlights, I don't necessarily think I'm that funny. Like, I think some of my scripted content can be pretty funny. But my highlights, I don't know. That's like most of my content. I think it's probably just like you are your own worst critic sort of thing. Because like the videos get the views to like back it up, I guess. I think that's a celebrity, Allison, and they were just saying I looked like someone. I don't think they were trying to like dox me or something. Yeah. I don't know if it's a celebrity though. It just sounds like one. Because I don't know celebrities. Streamers who try to be funny sometimes come off less funny. I guess so. But you gotta try to be funny. That's honestly something I'm worrying about a lot with the murder is illegal video for Kirby. I'm like, what if I'm trying to be too funny and it's just like bad? I mean, that was like the whole process of making all the previous puppet videos. It's like, is this really gonna be funny? Is it really gonna be funny? And I don't know if it is. It'd very easily be too much. Indiegogo, thank you for the tier 1, I appreciate it. We will see though. We will see. Well, you don't necessarily need to be funny to be entertaining, but I think it's important for like highlights. Unless you're doing something like really cool, and that's where the merit comes from. But even then, I think you gotta at least be a little funny. Did you get Hisui and Zora? It's the pre-order bonus for Scarlet Violet DLC. So chat, something that's funny is Twitch recently added this thing where, how do I word it? Where you can see how many viewers there are per stream in a certain game directory by like time of week. And it's really funny because if you look at it for Mario Odyssey, it'll be like, oh yeah, it's like 3, 4, 5 viewers on all these days. And then there will be like one day during the week where it says like 20 or like 30. And it's just like, oh, that must have been when Smallant streamed. Thursday? It might have been Thursday too. It's like, oh yeah, that's it. It was like, oh yeah, that's when Smallant streamed, or that's when hide and seek happened, or something like that. It was just like, oh, okay. And I think that made it pretty clear that unless you're playing a game like Valorant, that feature is worthless because it's just going to be showing you when the big streamers are streaming. It's not showing you when more viewers are on Twitch. It is showing you when more people are streaming, or when like the more popular streamers are streaming. Now, if it gave you the analytics site-wide, I think it would be different. But it gives you it for a game directory. So unless you're streaming a game directory that averages like 50,000 plus viewers, I don't think it's helpful. Are you gay? True. All right, 264. Fox is one of the community emotes as well. It's a good one. I have like several new emotes that are just ready. But they're for my alt to upload there, and I don't have affiliate yet. I think the single cutest emote is Soft Love. I mean, Soft Love is like the first one. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-dum. I'll need to get the emotes approved. Yeah, but at least I'll get to upload them. So chat, earlier I was walking around and I just heard this giant noise. And I wasn't sure what it was at first, but then I eventually put 2 and 2 together, and it's opening day for the the local sports team, the Cincinnati Reds. So I'm pretty sure it was a jet flyover. Loud, yeah, I feel like that puts into perspective how loud it was. I don't know if that's what it was. If it was something else, I mean, I should probably be concerned, but I feel like that has to be what it was. The character doesn't really have a specified gender because I don't care, but I don't really care either if people are like he for the emote. I didn't see if this was shiny or not. Okay. Because like at the end of the day, the emotes are just emotes. It doesn't really go that deep. People like the lore, but there really isn't lore. The character only has a name because I thought it was weird when people are like, would try and give the character their own name. That's literally the only reason I gave the emotes a name. Somebody would be like, oh, I'm gonna name the emote character Snowball, and I'm just like, no, stop, don't do that. You it's weird. Like an Animal Farm? I never read Animal Farm. All I remember about Animal Farm is that it was like a banned book, and because it was a banned book, a ton of people in my school, in high school, got to do like reports on it. Or something like that. All right, 274. Imagine actually reading the assigned English book. Well, I think it probably was assigned. But I think it was assigned to certain classes because it was a banned book. What is it about? I don't remember. Because I didn't read it. Ba, 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 ba. Had to read To Kill a Mockingbird. I forget if To Kill a Mockingbird is one of the books I actually read or if I just read the Spark Notes for it. I was one of those students, by the way. I didn't read most books, I just read the Spark Notes. I haven't been in high school in a long time though, so I can say that. My English teacher isn't gonna send me like an angry email being like, wait, you didn't read? You didn't actually read Fahrenheit 451? What do you mean? That's probably one of the books I should have actually read. You're getting your diploma, Rogue? Yeah, they're just gonna come take my GED. Or whatever it's called. If your teacher is watching you play a video game, send them an email. Yeah, I wouldn't respond to it either. You didn't read Fahrenheit 451, but the honors kids did? Yeah, I was in normal English and we read it. God, unis in the UK didn't make you do a bunch of other classes for your degree? Well, I mean, once you get to college, the like focus of your classes like narrows down a lot. Like when I was in an engineering degree, I think I had to take like one English class and that was it. Was technical writing? Well, I don't remember if I don't think my English class was like a technical writing like APA class, if that's what you mean. But it was like, it wasn't, we didn't really have to read books. I think one of my science classes I had to write an APA for, though. Either way, I dropped out of my engineering degree and I got a business degree. It came in the mail. I have it in my closet, in the parcel it's in still. I should probably put it in like a frame or something because it's literally just a piece of paper. But for now, it is just in the envelope it came in. Yeah, generally speaking, I feel like after your first year in college, you just don't take any classes that are general. You just sort of take degree-related stuff. Well, I guess you have to do some electives in college too, but I feel like you have a lot more options with electives in college than electives in high school. Like, you can learn about jazz. That's what I did for an elective. Jazz history is pretty neat. Do I remember much about it? No. If you said a guy who was in jazz, I might be like, oh yeah, that was a jazz guy. I remember. And maybe I could tell you what he played. If I'm lucky. but chances are probably not. Do I play an instrument? I used to play piano. I haven't been keeping up with it though. It's a lot of work. I don't really have the time. At MIT, you can get a certificate for being a pirate, which sounds cool. That gives me the same vibe as you getting like a certificate from the like a get rich quick scheme. Or like in reality, the one being a pirate is the school for stealing money from you for a stupid, you know, certificate, as opposed to, you know, the same way where like you go to one of those like get rich classes and they're getting rich because they made the class. And you're not getting rich. You want to play the ocarina because you like the Ocarina of Time so much? Nothing wrong with that. I think if you have like a weird motivation for learning a skill, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, sure, you might be a nerd, but that's fine. In German, equivalent of high school, you have no options with electives. I feel like that's not much different in the US either, but it'll probably depend on what school you go to. Cause like I had options, but I went to a pretty big high school that was like well rated. Like it was a good high school. We're almost to 300 eggs, chat. I think people in the Pokemon world eat Pokemon eggs. Yes. It would probably be a thing similar to the real world where, you know, most people who eat eggs that aren't fertilized. Do Pokemon lay unfertilized eggs? I don't know, and I don't want an answer. What Pokemon would you eat? common ones are probably like Milk Tank, like Magikarp. I guess Slowpoke. You want to eat Alcremie. Fair. I feel like people probably eat Fido, and that upsets me. Fido isn't baked though. Are you implying you couldn't bake it? Like, that's all I'm saying. I feel like there's probably a higher percentage of vegetarians in the Pokemon universe, because I feel like Pokemon presents a world where like every animal is a pet. Right? So a lot of people are probably just like, I don't want to eat this. Pokemon are sentient, so are cows. This isn't a part of the question. I think from a cultural standpoint, people probably eat less meat in the Pokemon universe. People still definitely eat it. I just think culturally it would lead to less people eating meat, because, you know, the average animal would be more viewed as a pet. All right, 296. Nope. All right, next one. Nope. All right, 299. Is it the one? No. No, it's not. All right, chat, I'm gonna sell out for a moment here. My sub count's been going down, and it's my fault for not streaming. But if you have a Prime laying around, which you might, it would be much appreciated. We can take money from Amazon together. Also, Friskiest, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 26 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, might as well check if you have a Prime sub laying around, you know? And to go, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. But yeah, your monetary support helps me do things like pay rent, and also buy food, and also commission more mod ideas for streams, and pay a video editor, and also pay myself because I'm technically payrolled by my company. I ran payroll a couple days ago, chat. Are you proud of me? I paid myself money from a technical standpoint. And then because I paid myself money, the government got taxes. Instead of running payroll annually now, we're running it quarterly, chat. Isn't that crazy? Reedsy, thank you for the gift sub. Enjoy the sub. Ezagium, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're doing SHINYDEX work. Rating close to 100. Oh, gifted? That's crazy. What the heck? Come on. Nope. You think they meant age? No, I think they meant gift subs. At first, I didn't know what they meant though, which you know why it probably sounded like that. Chat, did I tell you that I got a coffee maker? I drink coffee now? No. But also, yes. And what I mean by that is I haven't used the coffee maker yet. But when I need caffeine, I got it. And why do you need a coffee maker? Because then I don't have to spend $5 on a cup of coffee whenever I want coffee. And then it's just right there. I don't have to walk to the coffee shop. Full SHINYDEX, you're out of control. Yeah. Eventually though, Rickles, I'll do it. I'll get it. It'll be worth it. I've already got 167 of them. It's but just chatting but better. Exactly. It's like we're opening up loot boxes, but I get to talk with people. And I don't have to spend money on the loot boxes. It's great. What was the last shiny you got? All right, so I've taken a break from the SHINYDEX, so I don't remember. It was probably like a Frostmoth or something. Good luck, thanks. All right, egg 309. But yeah, the worst part about doing a SHINYDEX chat is the longer it takes me, the more eggs I have to hatch. Like, basically every time Pokemon does a raid event that adds a new starter to the game, I have to add an extra, like... I have to add, like, an extra, let's say, about... 30 hours to the challenge. Pokemon does let you turn off in-game music. It's surprising. Because, like, even the Mario games don't let you do it. But for some reason, Pokemon, which is like an unoptimized piece of garbage, has settings that let you manually adjust specific, like, sounds. It's crazy. April 7th is suspected for home compatibility. Well, I'm not allowed to use home for this. Like, imagine watching a YouTube video about how somebody completed the Pokemon Scarlet SHINYDEX, and then just like halfway through the video, they're like, all right, and then I got 200 more Pokemon from Pokemon Home. That I had from Arceus and other games. So now we're already up to 355. Like, to me, that's just boring. Though I guess technically speaking, my video kind of has that, because like my SHINYDEX video will essentially be a part 2 to the 100 hours video. Because the video is going to basically start at me having like 160 shinies. But that's fine. All right, egg 314. You like this Pokemon? I like it too. Normal Ghost is interesting typing? Yeah, for sure. You fell asleep in the last 30 minutes of the 100 hours? Dang. But yeah, one of the nice things about this challenge chat is I have until September to finish it. Because the Pokemon DLC is supposed to be fall 2023. So I basically have like 4 months or something like that guaranteed. It's the same with the rare shinies, where I want to have that done before the DLC too. Yeah, then I get to do it for every Pokemon in the DLC. Let's go. Oh yeah, if you guys came in recently, check the pin. We're gonna do another like Mario Odyssey speedrun ideas video from the viewers. So if you have any fun ideas, submit them on that YouTube thread, community post thing. If September is when the DLC comes out, maybe that wouldn't be a bad month to do a subathon. Because then I'll have stuff to shiny hunt. So I'll have filler content. All right, 319. I'm feeling lucky. Nope. Chat, do you think how many eggs do you think it's gonna take for this thing? Because the odds are 1 in 512. $420, of course. I should have known. $512. I mean, it could happen. $509, $334, $384. I like the people in chat that are being optimistic. Did I get the mouse? No, I'm taking a break from Family of 3 tandem mouse hunting. Because, like, it's very draining. So I wanted a break. Also, something funny that I've noticed, you guys, I can show you on the next egg. The hatching animation basically only happens on the front of the egg and not the back of it. Like, they have it start, like, cracking in the front, but on the back, you get, like, nothing. Like, compared to what's on the front. I just thought that was interesting. Like, there's a little bit back there, but it's, like, hardly anything. Like, compared to the front of the egg, like, look at how much more there is. It's like nothing on the back. Nope. Is that a coffee that girl has? And she's sharing it with her followers? She's like 12. She's drinking a coffee that's the size of her head. Maybe it's hot chocolate? There's no way. She's talking about her followers. Started drinking coffee at 9. Well, was the coffee the size of your head? Maybe it's a matcha latte with oat milk. Chat, I don't know if any of you guys have this issue, but I've been having the issue of every time Nintendo announces a new OLED Switch, I want to buy it, but I can never justify the money. It's so much money. Yeah, I already have 3 Switches too. That's the other problem. I don't need the Animal Crossing Switch and the Tears of the Kingdom Switch and like that other Switch for like Scarlet and Violet or whatever. I don't need to turn into a Nintendo whale. Isn't the Tears of the Kingdom Pro controller getting scalped for like $200? What? Yeah, I thought I saw the Tears of the Kingdom Pro controller like sold out everywhere, and it was like being upsold for like $200. Sort of like how the special edition, if you want to buy it, is like $250 because people scalped it. Feel dumb if you got a second Switch because it looks cooler and then they announce like a new console a week later. Oh, that's actually something that's exciting. Once Tears of the Kingdom comes out, I can be like, Super Mario Odyssey 2, it's time. I can start hyping it up because there's no big game for them to detract hype from anymore. I think there is a chance that we get a new 3D Mario announcement for whatever the E3 Direct is going to be. I know it won't be the E3 Direct because the E3 was canceled, but I feel like the timeline is coming up because Odyssey is going to be 6 years old this year. So I could see a new 3D Mario being released in between like the 6 and 7 year mark. Speaking of Tears of the Kingdom, I really need to make sure I get on content for that. Because I can only make so many Mario Odyssey videos. I only have so many ideas. I don't want my channel to die because I never got out of the loop of making Mario videos. Like, hey, at least if I became a PokeTuber, chat, I would have unlimited content forever because they release a new game like every year. Do you think we'll get a new console soonish? Yes, but also no, because it might just be like a Switch 2. Like, I could totally see Nintendo just making a more powerful Switch. The Switch did so well. And I feel like it perfectly fits into what they do. Because Nintendo's always been like top with handheld. Didn't Nintendo say they were done with consoles at one point after the Switch was released? I don't know. Companies say a lot of things. Like, I don't think Nintendo is just gonna stop, like, making video game systems and be like, all right, you can buy Pokemon on the PlayStation. Like, I feel like they'll probably just go hard on the handheld market. Which is basically what they did with the Switch. All right, 2 more eggs, chat. And then if neither of these are shiny, we get to restart our game. Seen something about them having started manufacturing like more powerful chipsets. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're working on something. Like, it's sort of like when it comes to speculation on this stuff, like there's gonna be a new Nintendo system, there's gonna be a new Mario game, you know, after there's gonna be another Mario Kart game, as much as some people might hear that and just be like, copium, copium, copium. Like, no, there will be a new Mario Kart at some point. It's just probably not going to come out until like 2024. How long do you think the Mario franchise will last? As long as Nintendo lasts. It's the same thing with Pokemon. As long as the Pokemon company exists, Pokemon's going to exist. Like, heck, Mickey Mouse as a character has been around for however long, and they're still milking him to death. All right, well, let me double check that I didn't miss any eggs. Forgot about those Rowlets. Yeah, that's because I needed the female one. All right, yeah, we didn't miss any eggs, so time to close our game so I don't have to release all those Pokemon. Yeah, we're back on the shiny grind. It's probably gonna be more shiny hunting streams in the foreseeable future because I need to start making progress on SHINYDEX. But we're still trying to work in content for other games. Like, I have some ideas I want to do. That could be neat. Like, I've tried to spend some time over the last, like, day or so just workshopping some content ideas. Like, that's what I was doing tomorrow. There was 2 main ideas I was workshopping. One's a Mario idea. I'll run an ad real quick, but I don't think it really matters that much because the next 30 minutes isn't really going to be like shiny hunting. It's going to be me getting eggs. So, you know, probably no real reason to run an ad right now. Yummy sandwich. Yeah, when we're doing egg shiny hunts, doing sandwiches or doing ads during the sandwich doesn't really make sense. All right, I've started the timer. Man, I like Hisuian Zorua a lot, but I do not like Hisuian Zorua. Man, chat, when I move in like a year, I should try and make sure I move somewhere where I won't hear loud cars all the time. Because every once in a while, I'll be watching an edit that like my editor did for YouTube, and I'll hear a loud car in the background, and it's just like, it's like, oh, yeah. In fairness, though, if like if what happens is what I want to happen, I probably will end up living somewhere quieter, because the places I want to live, chat, are expensive, which means I'm gonna have to live like 20 minutes out from the place that I want to live, if you get what I'm saying. Because I want to move out of Cincinnati, and all the places I want to move to are expensive places, because all my friends, it seems like, are either like furries with tech jobs, so they live in like San Francisco or Seattle, or they're just streamers that live in LA. Which is hecked up, because those are like 3 of the most expensive places in the US. What do you have against the West Coast? I don't have anything against the West Coast. It's just expensive. But I want to live near friends. Hey, Remy, hope you're doing all right. And that's basically the whole motivation for moving. And it's just, that's where the people I talk to the most live. But I'm not just gonna like move somewhere like that on a whim. So something I want to do over the next year while I'm still living in Cincinnati is I want to make some trips out to some of those places. Like, I already have a friend in Seattle I'm planning to visit. But I still do want to make a trip to SF at some point, and I also want to make a trip to LA at some point. Whether or not those things will actually happen, I have no idea. But it's sort of just like, all right, these are goals. Because, you know, if I visit somewhere and I hate it, you know, I'm not going to want to live there. Super Volvo, thank you for gifting a sub to Remy the Rat. I appreciate it. Enjoy the sub, Remy. So my opinion on the ocean, I like the ocean. When it comes to like a dream place to live, chat, if I lived in a waterfront city in like a super expensive condo that had an ocean view, that's like, oh, that's like up there. I did not get the shiny mouse. nor did I get the authentic Synesty. I'm taking a break from those hunts because they're exhausting, but I'll get back to it. You hate the ocean, that's fair. Just want to move somewhere there's constantly warm weather. See, I just want to move somewhere where I have friends. I think it would be very good for my work-life balance, because I think I would probably work more, and when I'm not working, I would actually be doing fulfilling things with my time. Do I not have friends where I live? Not really, no. I do not talk with really anybody from like high school. Like the people I was closest in high school, most of them moved. And then when it comes to like other people from high school, I think I'm just like content with moving on, I guess. Like there's people I wouldn't mind with catching up with, but that doesn't mean like you know, I want to be like BFFs with whoever. What about from college? I didn't really make any college friends, which I think partially makes sense because I went to college like a lot of my college experience is over COVID. Because 2019's the year I took off. Like, I started college in 2017. I took 2019 off. And when I go back in 2020, I'm in a different major. And then I transfer schools in, like, the middle of 21, I think. Because as it turns out, when I don't really care that much about getting a degree, I would rather go to a school that is cheaper. That's a weird message. I'm gonna delete it. Sounds fiscally irresponsible. Yeah, it was a good move. Like before I transferred, I went to UC. Because I can say that now because I haven't gone to that school in like 4 years or whatever. And that isn't like an expensive school, but there's cheaper options. Do you have plans for your game show season 2? I have a game show tier project that I want to work on, but it's not for Mario Odyssey. And when I say game show tier, I mean like a lot of work put into it, but for a different game and like a different idea. Like, I want to do more bigger projects that are super cool on the stream side and the YouTube side. But, there's not going to be an SMO game show 2. The message is referencing a Point Crow video. See, you gotta remember, I'm not Point Crow. So I'm not necessarily gonna get the reference. I think that type of content is better to leave it be for the game show. Because I don't necessarily agree with that. I think a Mario Odyssey game show 2 would do well. But I don't really want to do the same idea again. Like, I guess if I wanted to put like 50 plus hours of custom map work into another Odyssey project, I would want to do something new. Which I think is fair. Some project you'd be down to watch another. Yeah, and I think it's like the best way to put it is I'm not against doing projects of that tier again. Like, I have ideas of that tier that I want to do. It's just it would not be game show 2. Like, it might be roughly game show themed, but it would be different. Like, if it was an SMO video, it would be different. Because, like, again, I do have project ideas for SMO that would be like similar scale. They're just not really priority right now. And I also don't know how well they would work. Like, with one of them, I think it's a cool idea, but it would require, like, more than 4 players. It's that scale with many people. Well, yeah, again, I want to do stuff that scale. Like, one of the projects I was workshopping, like, I think this is what brought us to this discussion, is the same scale as SMO Game Show. And when I say same scale, I mean a collaborative project that would require work from like multiple people and probably be an expensive project too. But I'm still working out some details. There's a key person I need a message for it and ask them some questions so I can figure out the limitations of the idea. And again, I can't get into specifics because I don't want to like give away what it is. Which game at least? Nope. Sorry. If I wanted to say the game, I would have said it already. Getting very excited? Don't, because it might not happen. Chad, let me put into perspective the phase this project is in. It is in the idea phase, meaning I have part of an outline written out for what the stream would be. I literally don't even have confirmation from like a key person in the idea as to whether or not it would even be possible. So you shouldn't get excited when I don't even know if I can do what I want to do yet. I hope I can. Because again, I want to put on another thing that's like SMO game show tier. Is it me? Am I the key person? No. I don't think the person watches my stream. Chat, you want to know something that's funny? So I keep saying I wouldn't do an SMO game show too, but the two similar scale projects that I would want to do that would be for SMO are technically both inspired by game shows, and that's a big technically. Like a really big technically. But neither of those projects have any work being done for them, so is one of them Wipeout? I can't give details. Also, I feel like the first SMO game show is basically already Wipeout. Because like half the challenges were platforming. Have you watched any of the Jet Lag, the game? No. I've been making a video out of this. There will be a video on SHINYDEX, but that video won't come out for like until probably like late summer. Which actually poses a problem, chat, because I'm probably gonna have over a terabyte of footage for this video, and I only have like a terabyte left on my hard drive, like my 8 terabyte hard drive. So I really need to start getting my VODs channel back working again so that I can start deleting old backups of streams. Or I can just start paying for like 20 terabytes of data on like Google or something. I think I already have like 5 terabytes on my Google Drive. Ba, 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 da, 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 dum. All right, I've got like 10 minutes left. Yeah, I think the only time I've watched any jet lagged or whatever it was called was when I was watching a Ludwig stream and he was doing, you know, the classic, I'm a streamer and I'm just gonna react to content. Whether or not they're shiny is determined when you get the egg. Oh yeah, well, it was pretty obvious this would happen. The If I Say Dragon video is doing well, and I'm pretty happy about that. I'm glad that the sponsor segment didn't seem like it made the video do any worse. Because that's always a concern when you put like a sponsor read on a video, that like less people will watch it. Because like you'll have less average view duration. But no, video doing well still. Well, dragon wasn't a word because of the sponsor. It's kind of unfortunate. I could have done like a killer sponsor read, but it wasn't. Stuff with the sponsor weren't set in stone while I was recording the video. But it was like a perfect opportunity for the integration because it was Dragon Mania Legends. The video is If I Say Dragon. Does it depend on the ID that hatches them? I don't think it does in this game. You're having the sponsor's gonna make that money? I mean, basically. I think like sponsors are a really important part, I feel, of like the YouTube ecosystem. Because you make substantially more money on sponsor ad reads than AdSense ads. Speaking of sponsors, I think I have a meeting with a sponsor tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I don't forget that. It's for Twitch though. The Twitch sponsor. Go look at that, thanks. I'm trying to get more sponsors on videos just because, one, it secures my future financially better because more money, and two, I have more money to spend on videos. Like, the way I look at it is like sponsors are really good when it comes to enabling bigger projects like the SMO game show. Because if I need to spend like thousands of dollars to get a project done, then, you know, having a sponsor that's giving me money to make those projects happen is very useful. Also, I want to own a house someday. So, you know, I gotta make money somehow. Like, heck, it doesn't even need to be a house. I'll settle for like a condo. I like condos. I think they're cute. You'd rather fast forward through a sponsor segment than watch two 15-second unskippable ads? Fair. Yeah, I know owning a house has a lot of extra expenses that you have to consider, because now you're suddenly responsible for maintaining your property. Like, sure, when you're renting, you still have to, like, make sure you get your deposit back after your lease, you know? But if, like, the washer dryer breaks, that's not your financial responsibility to replace it. I still haven't gone and found out if it's my responsibility to replace the lights in the you know, the lights in the house or not, because there's one light that's out, and when you turn the light on, it's like a set of 3, so you hardly even notice it. So I just haven't bothered. I just have not bothered to figure out if it's my responsibility or if they replace it themselves. If it is my responsibility, Chad, do you think I should take all the lights out of the apartment when I leave? Do it? No, I'm not that petty. They will charge you? They can't if it's in my lease. That it's the light bulbs are my responsibility. They're my light bulbs. You know, I'm taking them back. You have to leave the same quantity of light bulbs as you when you moved in. I don't know. But are you gonna pay a lawyer when they do it anyways for the 20 bucks worth of light bulbs? Well, I'm not gonna take the light bulbs. I'm not that petty. We've already been over this. Shoutouts to whoever it was in my chat though that said when their lease changed to make them responsible for the washer and dryer, they just took the washer and dryer when they left. I forget who that was, but that goes pretty hard. That was you? Yeah, that's kind of based. Save the broken light bulbs, but when you leave, take the working light bulbs and insert the broken one. See? It's literally like, how do I put this? They're light bulbs. It probably cost like $15 to replace all the ones in this apartment. It's a 650 square foot apartment. The lights are super low lumen. Like they're not smart bulbs. Which I'll be honest, chat, I fell victim to smart light bulbs and then couldn't figure out how to get them set up. So I just have like a $10 light bulb in one of my lamps that I don't know how to use. I was like, oh, this will be fun. And then I never figured out how to use it right. I think it's because I need to like change my router to be like 2.4 gigahertz and I just like can't be bothered. $30, $60, $90. 96, 102, 108, 110. Let's write that down. 110 eggs. That's one less thing to stress about while moving. Just do it. Yeah. I mean, my lease doesn't end for like another 13 months, I think, because it's an 18-month lease. It started November 4th. Yeah. So it would be November, December, January, February, March. It would be, yeah, it'd be April. Well, no, wouldn't it be May 4th? Not April 4th? It was November, December, January, February, March. Yeah, and then it's the entirety of April. So May 4th, 2023 is when my lease ends. So it's like 13 months until I'm actually worrying about moving. Chat, sometimes I think about, like, when I move, if I'm making more money, I could get, like, a bigger apartment. But I know in reality what's gonna happen is, like, let's say a year from now, I have, like, 1 million subs on YouTube, and I'm making, like, ridiculous amounts of money, right? Let's just imply that. I feel like I would move somewhere, and I would still get a 1-bedroom apartment. I feel like that's just what would happen. It's like, oh, I could afford a 2-bedroom apartment, but also I could save like $1,000 a month. Oh my gosh. That just seems like what I would do. I feel like my mindset is I want to just not spend money on renting if I don't have to. I like saving money too much. I like it when the number goes up in my investments account. Which is unfortunate, because if you look at the like 1-year trend of it, it's like, oh yeah, it's in the red. What's up, hi Tyrone? Hope you're doing all right. Did Tyrone get a PB? Or people are congratulating? All right, that's 41. You got 56, 51. You're insane. What the heck? Second crazy. Yeah, chat. Shout out to it being a recession and the value of all my investments going down. Because you know what that means, chat? You know what it means? It means the stocks are on discount. Because as you all know, stocks do nothing but go up into the right. So if they're going down, that just means you're getting a sick deal. Not financial advice, by the way. Entertainment purposes only. Reedsy, thank you for giving us up to Tyrone. I appreciate it. Stocks are buy one, get one free. They're not that discounted. As long as they aren't going back into the left, yeah, that'd be scary. 343. Yeah, I feel like that is what's gonna happen though when I move, chat. It's gonna be like, okay, I want to move somewhere that's more expensive, so I'm gonna be paying more on rent. And while like, oh, maybe I could afford a 2-bedroom apartment, who needs it? I'm gonna keep sleeping on my couch. I spent good money on that couch, chat. I got it from Crate and Barrel. That's like a high-end furniture store. I gotta get my money's worth. You think I can move to a bed after a year? No way. I feel like part of my personality as a streamer is sleeping on a couch. Don't forget the mattress topper. Well, I got a deal on the mattress topper though. We've been over this on stream. Chat thinks I stole it because the lady gave me the wrong discount when I was doing price match. How much did I spend on it? I'm not saying how much I spent on the couch. It was expensive though. It's the most expensive thing in my apartment. Which I think is funny. Now, if I get a new PC, that might change. A high-end furniture store for a pull-out couch? It's a nice pull-out couch. What's the update on the Warlord plush? It was a pre-order, and it's a pre-order for like November, so you guys got to be patient. You think the sofa should be the most expensive thing in a lot of houses? Should it? I feel like the most expensive thing should be like the refrigerator. I feel like a refrigerator would be up there, but I didn't buy my refrigerator because I'm a renter. I think the house should be the most expensive thing. I mean, true. Parents got a section of couch tops for rent for $100. Yeah, you can get cheap houses. Or sorry, not cheap houses, cheap couches. It's just, I had specific needs, chat, because I basically live in a studio apartment, but I have an office. You know, I should probably send my CPA an email now that it's like 4 months into the year about how to properly count part of my internet and rent as a business expense. Because I think I need to like send myself money and then like fill out a form that says like, hey, this is like me paying myself compensation for like rent and utilities. Does electric count for that too? I think I can charge a portion of electric, rent, and internet. I think I can also get part of my phone bill because my phone is basically a social media machine, and social media in my context basically just means work. But yeah, I need to send him another email about that. That was 351. Being self-employed is complicated. It is. They'll change your mind on the way of the couch. Wait, what do you mean by that? There's a few people, you don't need a huge refrigerator, but you still need a good bed. Yeah, that's fair, but I don't own a bed. That's the thing. My couch is my bed, which is why I spent so much money on it. I was basically getting like a like my living situation is sort of like when people buy the 2-for-1 like shampoo and conditioner, except I bought a 2-for-1 couch and bed. Now, I don't know if the 2-for-1 shampoo and conditioner is more expensive, but I did spend more money on my couch because I was getting the 2-for-1. Watch a lot of the SMA YouTube videos. Hey, well, I'm glad you like them. Find the 2-for-1 shampoo and conditioner things don't work for you. What I find funny or weird is that so many people make fun of the 2-for-1 conditioner when I feel like the most common 2-for-1 shampoo and conditioner is for people with dandruff. It's dandruff shampoo. This guy's walking in the way of my egg. Scarlet or Violet? Take a guess. Your arm hates you? Well, hopefully your arm hates you less soon. You have an egg for your head, so neither shampoo or conditioner for you. But don't you need to, like, do something else with your head? Do you just put, like, soap on it? Is that all you have to do? You just use soap? You're probably fine then. Because I would assume you've still got to clean it. If I ever get bald, chat, I'm probably going to grow facial hair. Just a heads up if, like, I ever need to go bald. Because I guess either I'm balding or I get cancer or some other thing. Well, actually, okay, maybe I shouldn't be asking this question. But if you're a cancer patient and you start to lose your hair, does that also include facial hair? I'm assuming now that I think about it, like, the answer is yes. You think so? All right, well, heck. That's unfortunate. Is Fir... No, I don't. I do not. If I did, you guys would probably know pretty quickly. I feel like as a content creator, that isn't something I'd want to hide. From what you can tell, Fir is a healthy guy. I'm overweight a little bit, but I feel like that's pretty standard if you live in the US, being like somewhat overweight. Like, I'm like 165, but like a healthy weight for me would be like 50. So like, it's not that bad. And I'm like starting to run more regularly, so it's not like I'm just generally being more healthy. How tall am I? That's a loaded question. I feel like most people in my position would say 5'9", but I'm like 5'7". That's just what people do with their height. They always lie. And I mean, hey, if you're being like really astute, maybe you realize, wait, like, oh, that means Fir's actually 5'6". I think 5'7" is actually how tall I am, but I don't know what my license says. You know, when people call out their shirt like it's a bad thing. Yeah, I think some people obsess too much about being tall. Like, I hate to break it to you, even if you're 6'3", there's gonna be some guy out there who's like 6'8", and you're short to them. And you just have to live with that. I think I recently found out somebody I was friends with is like actually like taller than 6'5". Which is kind of nutty. What shinies I found in one sandwich? I don't know. Yeah, chat. If you're short, I wouldn't worry about it unless you're too short to go on a roller coaster. Then you can worry about it. It's the same thing about with like being tall, right? Like I wouldn't worry about being too tall unless you're too tall to go on a roller coaster. Roller coaster's the only thing that matters? Yeah, basically. I feel like that's the only time you're allowed to complain about your height. When it's related to roller coasters. Ba-ba-bum. Not reaching the top shelf or hitting your head on stuff. No. Sorry. Dock or get a stool. In those instances, you can work around it. But with a roller coaster, they're just not gonna let you on. And you can't change that. Instead of dumb Tears of the Kingdom, you might be getting with a bomb barrel stuck to a stick. In Tears of the Kingdom, you're gonna be able to beat Ganon with your meat. Do I tweet that? Wait, we're at 171 eggs. Absolutely. I feel like somebody has probably already tweeted it though. Like, I feel like I'm late to the joke. Chat, you can make the tweet. I don't want to make the tweet. One of these days we'll get the shiny, chat. One of these days. So here's a dying cesspit and you freeze to go on it out of principle. I think that's fair. I think it's really funny when people complain about the changes they're making to Twitter, and then people are like, it's only $8. It just reminds me of like the viral clips you'd see on Twitch of streamers complaining about people not subscribing. Being like, oh, it's only $5. You can get like, if you have time to watch Twitch, you have $5 a month. Or else you shouldn't be watching Twitch, you know, that like that sort of stuff. It's like the same vibe. One of my favorite things about the current stage of Twitter, chat, is when Elon Musk reverts decisions based on celebrities dunking on him. I just think that's really fun. really funny when like a celebrity or something will tweet at him and it's enough to make him go back on like a major decision he like just tweeted about. I just think that's really funny. Also, I gotta say, the change to the For You page on Twitter is great because now I'm not gonna look at it. It's great. It's only gonna be people who pay for Twitter Blue and like people you follow. So why would I ever look at it? Woodman, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's gonna be great. All right, see you later, Frederick. Nope. I wonder if we're actually gonna get the shiny today. I don't know how long I want to stream today. So we'll have to see. Ba, 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 bum. Stream until I get a shiny. I can't make that commitment because of how luck works. Are egg shinies boosted my sandwiches? Egg power doesn't boost the chance of getting a shiny from an egg, but egg power does give you more eggs. Like, that's why I use egg power 3 and use 2 Pokemon of the same species, because it means instead of getting like 60 eggs in a sandwich, I get like 110. Like, I think the last time I did egg hunting with shinies, I was getting around 50 to 70 eggs per sandwich, and now I'm getting between like 100 and 120. Like my sandwich tracker is like sandwich 1 was 109 eggs, sandwich 2 110, sandwich 3 117, and this sandwich, the one we're doing right now, is 110. So like the average is like 110, which is such a huge boost over egg power 2 and normal Pokemon and Ditto. You wish eating sandwiches boosted things in real life? I mean, it makes you less hungry. That's like boosting something. Next one is a shiny for sure. We'll see. We'll see. Honestly, after this sandwich chat, we might do one more sandwich. I might do 3 sandwiches today. Because 3 sandwiches is about 300 eggs, and it's a round, like... It's probably around, like, 5 hours streamed. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. That's on what type of food Game Freak will have a strange focus on in Gen 10? I have no idea. Honestly, I feel like there's a good chance Gen 10's on the next like generation of consoles. I feel like 2024 is the year we get a new Nintendo console. Because that'll be 7 years of the Switch. They want Splatoon 3 to last 2 years. Late 2024 is still 2024. Also, they supported the Nintendo 3DS till like 2019 or something stupid like that. Like, I'm not saying we will get a console in 2024. I just think 2024 is when it starts becoming like a chance. Even upping the Switch's production this year anyways. Well, people are still buying them. Seymour, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. There's been so many leaks about a new Switch model. All right, there's been leaks about new Switches and new Switch models since the Switch came out. I don't think leaks mean anything for a new Switch system. Love the YouTube channel and just got Twitch inspired me to play Super Mario Odyssey. Hey, well, I'm glad you like the content and are playing SMO. They're releasing a new OLED model with Tears of the Kingdom, yeah. I mean, I guess I should clarify my opinion a little bit. I think, when I think new Nintendo console, I think something like the new 3DS, except actually supported more. I think a new Switch console will just be a new Nintendo console will just be a Switch 2 with some games that only work on the Switch 2. I think old Switch games will all be backwards compatible. Surely Nintendo won't repeat their past mistake with the new console. Oh, I hope not. Like, honestly, my biggest, like, concern with my theory is, like, how do you get 30 million people to buy Mario Kart 9 when a new Switch console would still be able to play Mario Kart 8? I think I'm overthinking it though, because it's sort of like Pokemon, right? Like they release a new Pokemon game and it'll just sell 20 million copies no matter what. You mean 50 million? Is that what the install base of Mario Kart 8 is? Or sorry, 8 Deluxe. I should be specifying. Well, why do I need to specify? It probably sold like 3 million units on the Wii U. The number has no significant impact on the Mario Kart 8 sales if we look at it as a whole. Here's that the new Switch model will come out within the next year, and SMO will come out on it. I mean, I don't know if it's a guarantee that the next 3D Mario game is on a new console, but I do think it's a guarantee that the next Mario Kart game is on a new console. Can't wait for Mario Kart 8 too. This might be an unpopular opinion, but if Mario Kart 9 was Mario Kart 8 too, and all they did was take Mario Kart 8, give you all the DLC, and add even more courses to it, it wouldn't be a bad game. Obviously, I'd want something new, like give it a new gimmick, but yeah, it wouldn't be a bad game. It would be stale though. Yeah, I agree. Admittedly, I do not like the gimmick in Mario Kart 8. I think it's boring. I think like, oh, you go upside down on tracks is like just uninteresting. I don't think it adds anything to the gameplay because like you don't even tell you're upside down. Like motorcycles were cool. 2 people on your car was cool. Flying and going underwater was cool. Going upside down, eh. Chat, what's your Mario Kart gimmick? Like, let's say Mario Kart 9, what's the gimmick? Driving sideways. That's just Mario Kart 8. I feel. Because it's like that's driving on walls. It's just Mario Kart 8. They need a feature in Mario Kart to design custom maps. That'd be sick. Teleportation. I think that's boring. I don't think it'd be teleportation. To me, teleportation's a map gimmick where you like go into a teleporter and suddenly you're like in space or something. And then we'll bring back character specific items. I feel like that could be a Mario Kart gimmick for like a new game. But the main issue with it is like, how do you make 40 items, right? That are like interesting. Hot take, but you don't really want character specific items back? I mean, I think that's a fair take because I think in an ideal game, Your character pick does not affect your stats in any way, shape, or form. I feel like the only games that your character pick should matter for, like, you know, how the character functions are like fighting games. I think in a kart racer, your kart should be the thing affecting your stats, not your character. Now, I don't care if they keep like weight classes, but I think like every character in a weight class should share the same weight class, like stats or whatever. It shouldn't be like, oh, that shouldn't be like, oh, Waluigi is the best character, but now it's whoever it is now. I don't know who it is now. It's Link now. Nice. So I could see a gimmick for Mario Kart 9 being more non-Mario characters. I still think the game would be called Mario Kart. Like, I don't think Nintendo is ever going to make a game called Nintendo Kart. Mario Kart's too big of a brand. But I could totally see there being, like, more cups and things themed around other Nintendo franchises. That being said, I don't think I'd ever want to see like Sonic in Mario Kart. Maybe that's a hot take. But I feel like in Mario Kart, I'd only ever really want to see Nintendo characters. Like, I wouldn't want Mario Kart to be Smash. I'd want it to be like, oh, you can play as Samus. Or, oh, you got... I don't know. Sonic is already there as a Mii outfit. Well, that's different, I think. At least in my opinion, that's different. But yeah, they should bring back Rob. They should bring back Rob to Mario Kart. Did anyone else, when they saw Rob in Smash, think like, oh, like in Mario Kart? Or was that just me? Also Wiggler. There's so many like character opportunities for Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's roster is kind of lackluster. I really hope when Mario Kart 9 does happen in like 2024 or 2025, because again, I feel like it'll be one of those years that they actually have a good roster. Like, you have so many interesting characters in Tour. Like, and I get it, it's a mobile game. That's how they make their, like, millions of dollars. But it would just be cool. Because there's so many wacky characters in Tour. Like, I'll see Tour footage and I'll be like, What the heck is that? Mario from Super Mario, like, 2 USA or whatever it's called? And like wacky stuff like that. And you got like Poochie. Give me Mario and USA golfing costume in a Mercedes GLA or I riot. True. Bum ba ba bum ba da ba da ba bum. Ba 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 bum. No, this is a separate hunt to Zorua and Zorork. The way I look at SHINYDEX is I need to get alternate forms of the Pokemon if they're significantly different than, you know, the base form. So like I think Lycanroc's a good example. Cause like there's 3 forms of Lycanroc. And those forms have like different stats and like abilities and something and stuff like that. So I should probably get every form of it. And it's the same with what was the other Pokemon I wanted to name? Oh yeah, Paldean Tauros. I need to get normal form, Blaze Breed, and Aqua form because they're different types. All 3 shiny Tatsugiri. I don't know if I want to count Tatsugiri or not, but I might because I already have 2 of 3. It's sort of like a why not at that point. Love the YouTube vids. Thanks. We have a new video going up Saturday. It is the April Fool's upload. I'm excited for it. Dom, that Ash is the main character still? They're literally replacing him. I'm not taking any Pokemon from other people. I have to catch every Pokemon myself for this. Or it does not count. Also, I'm not allowed to use home. It has to be a Pokemon that can be obtained in this game without Pokemon Home. And Hisui and Zorua and Zorork are technically Pokemon like that. Nope. That sucks. Game crashed. Time to write that in my notes. All right, well, we're refunding the prediction. Because we didn't get all the eggs. And I haven't saved, so. The unfortunate part, chat, is one of those could have been a shiny. But we'll never know. That sucks. Ba-bum. The backup save during the egg hatches. I don't know how the backup save works, and I don't want to do it and like accidentally load back into, you know, something that's, you know, completely unrelated, I guess. Like, I don't know when the backup saves trigger. They're weird. All right, I just want to double check because we might still have Egg Power 3. If not, I'm going to relaunch the game again. Yeah, we do. Okay, we're good. Ah, that sucks. I'm upset about that. Ba 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 da ba 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 da bum. I love that like trumpet in the background. Goes so hard. All right, chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. We're probably gonna lose some eggs in the process, meaning we'll probably hit the cap, but oh well, I'll be right back. Great. We're definitely gonna get 10 eggs here, and we're gonna have wasted time. And then we're gonna potentially waste more time, chat, because I need to fill up my water. But that shouldn't take as long. So I'm gonna fill up my water real quick now too. All right, chat, I'm back. Five eggs. Payout will be good if the shiny hatches. Do we got another prediction running? True, we do. It will be good. I mean, I think there is a higher than 10% chance it'll hatch. Like, the odds are 1 in 512, and we're gonna be hatching about 100 eggs, so the actual odds I think are like 17%, 18% maybe. Bump, bump. How are you doing, chat? How are y'all doing? Doing all right? How about me? I'm doing all right. What am I doing? We're getting eggs for shiny hunting. Odds for 100 eggs is 17.76%. Yeah. That was about right. Even so busy with preparing transfers for unis this week. Best of luck. I know it's a lot of work as I've done it. But I would imagine if you're transferring, the reason is worth it. For me, it was money and it was worth it. I think like after I transferred unis, I was paying like 3 times less. It's a big amount of savings. It is. But I mean, I guess I was also going to not as good of a school, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really matters for what I'm doing. I think if I ever stop streaming, all that really matters is that I have a piece of paper that says I have some education along with my experience streaming. Because I would imagine if I start working somewhere else, it'll be in the industry. Maybe it won't though. Maybe I'll quit streaming someday and I'll just be like an accountant. Except I can't be an accountant. That's not what my degree's in. I didn't pass the I don't know, what is it like? There's a name for the accounting exam. Accounting exam name. The uniform CPA examination. I feel like I had it explained to me in a more fun name than that. Degrees are for losers? Well, I don't think you necessarily need the degree. You just need to pass that one exam. Degrees are cool. They're all right. I mean, again, I have one in my closet. They're just sleeping, little babies. Man, I'm still upset the game crashed. One of those eggs could have easily been a shiny. Like, sure, the chance is like 6 or 7%, but that's still 6 or 7%. I had like 50 eggs left. Like, even if there wasn't a shiny, it's mainly just annoying that I have to do this part again where I sit at a picnic for 30 minutes. Fear pills, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Shiny hunting's good content, but this is like the worst part of shiny hunting content. Because I literally have to spend 30 minutes getting eggs. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I'm just chill doing Lugia raids. Lugia raids and what? We want to go. Nice, nice. And I'm like clipped into the table. I'm excited for the video Saturday. I think people will enjoy it just because it's stupid. For those who don't know, it's the dog spawning video. It's currently scheduled to go up on YouTube on Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. is when I like to upload my videos, which is funny because I don't wake up until like noon. So whenever I upload a video, it means I have to get up early. So I gotta make sure the video like goes up and I post to my Discord about it and stuff. Samurott already live? I think Samurott, somebody said earlier, is April 8th. Which I'm gonna say it again, it kind of sucks. Every time they add a new starter in a raid, it means I have to get 3 more shinies for the SHINYDEX. Which is unironically like 30 hours of work. Is 10 a.m. a good time for uploads? So what I've been told is that in the long run, it does not matter when you upload a YouTube video. Like YouTube even has a notice when it like you upload a video, it's doing worse than normal, but it's because you uploaded it at a time when less of your viewers are live. It'll say something like, this video is getting less views than normal because less of your audience is online at this time. And then it also has a little blurb about upload time has no, you know, indicator of impacting long-term viewership or something like that. And that's something it said for my my If I Say Dragon video. I was a bit worried when I uploaded it because it was saying that and it was getting less views than expected. But over time, it's now one of my top uploads. I think it's a 4 out of 10, which for context, 4 out of 10 means out of my last 10 uploads, it's doing the fourth best at like this point in time. Which is really good when you consider in this last 10, the 3 videos doing better than it are If I Say a Mario Character, Breath of the Wild, But I Have a Gun, and Breath of the Wild, I Have a Gun is one of my best performing videos in a short period of time. And then I spent 100 hours of shiny hunting, which is another video that did really well in a short amount of time. What's the point of getting all these shinies? Because I can. It's a challenge I want to complete. The variety's popping off. I think it's because a lot of my variety content I've put a good amount of effort into. Like, it's generally just good ideas that people would want to see. But that doesn't change the Pokemon Scarlet glitch video is one of the worst performing videos on my channel. Don't forget the clout. Well, I guess it isn't wrong to say I'm doing this for clout, but I think describing it as doing it for content is better and more accurate. Dude, look at him go. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, April should be good. All right. We're almost done with this sandwich chat. We've only got like 8 more minutes. Man, the music playing right now is reminding me I need to finish my Kirby Forgore script so I know what art I need to commission and what sets I need to make. But oh my gosh, I cannot figure out how I want to end it. Because I feel like all the puppet videos I've done have had sort of like silly, wacky endings. Like the Mafia one with like Luigi or whatever. Like, it's so stupid, but you know. I don't really know what I want to do. Like, I don't necessarily have to do anything special. It's just like with the Kirby pacifist run, with the rules we're using, like the end of the game is basically just use ice to defeat a boss, use ice to defeat the next boss, use ice to defeat the next boss. And it's making it really difficult to like write a script in an engaging way when I feel like I've already made all of the jokes. Like, I feel like there's not a good joke for me to add. And that's tough. The puppet videos are more of a narrative, and ending seems more important. Yeah, I mean, this one doesn't have as much of a narrative. But I guess in fairness, the puppet videos don't really have much of a narrative either. Like, you have the beginning where it's like, uh-oh, Mario has debts to the mafia. That's why I'm doing this challenge. And then the end is like, uh-oh, Luigi was running the strings all along. Like, everything in between that is just like dumb jokes and the occasional, you know, how do I put it? And like maybe like an occasional lore reference. I've been thinking about making Kirby get pissed, which is why he runs the final boss over with the truck. But I don't know. Also, I can't say what it is. Also, get your smiles in the chat, guys. Get them in. Get them in. So I can't say what it is, chat, but I think my sub call to action in the Kirby Forgotten Land video is really good. It's so good. Sub integrations are usually funny. I like the sub integration in the Mafia video because it's literally just me. I made like a fake quiz and then I have a pencil, like, you know, tapping on the quiz with the subscribe button. I just think that's funny. Well, Forgotten Land video. I'm doing a Kirby, but murder is illegal video. I'm right about at the phase where I need to start making the puppet stuff for it, which actually I'm going to need to commission some custom art. So I'm going to need to reach out to Sevius and see if they're available. And if they're not available, I'm going to have to go to my emote artist and be like, hey, can you do some illustrations for me for a video? Don't worry about the emotes. For now, because this is more time sensitive. Whoops. I didn't mean to press that. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Here, go get the ball. Yeah, I just hope people end up liking the video. Because the thing with the paper puppet videos is they're just so stupid. They're so stupid. Like, the way I had worded is the videos are basically like shamelessly me in the sense that I'm just writing down whatever I think is funny and I'm not giving myself a chance to tell myself that it's not funny and really stupid. But I guess the bright side of, like, since I'm a YouTuber, I feel like a lot of YouTube videos just aren't actually funny. So that sort of means I don't have to actually be that funny. Maybe that I just took like a huge jab at like everyone on the platform, but I feel like a lot of the time the standard for like being funny on YouTube isn't like, it isn't that high. A lot of comedy is just people getting excited. Yeah, a lot of it's also just loud is funny, which it is funny. And that's something I'm trying to, you know, do a little bit. Like, I don't know, like loud and random equal funny. Like my adding random textures video in SMO did fantastic. And a lot of the jokes in that video are just Among Us. Oh, is that Sans Undertale? Oh my god. All right, we are done with those, which means we can go back 30, 60, 90, 96, 102, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 109 eggs. All right. I really hope we just get a shiny right away because of what happened with the game crashing. Maybe we run this way this time. This is the batch? It might be. All right, 417. It wasn't it. I changed the music for nothing. What the heck? I didn't even press the right button, I'll be honest. But this song's kind of a banger. I don't think Riolu is a baby Pokemon, because I think baby Pokemon are the Pokemon that they added, like, that are, like, pre-evolutions. Meaning, like, you started with Jigglypuff, but then they added later on Igglybuff or whatever it's called. Nope. Yeah, no 420. I'm sorry. It was an egg 420. Didn't mean to disappoint you guys. I wasn't 421 either. What is the song? Luigi's Mansion training theme? What other songs do I have in this playlist? The playlist is called The Lab. Oh, I've got So What's the Plan? I Had in Time. Wait, what is this? Oh. Oh yeah, it's this. It's a good theme, honestly. Music feels weird to playing while it's running around Levincia. Yeah, I meant to be playing more intense music, but you know, whoops, I guess. And nope. Nope. Zorua is a cool and interesting Pokemon. I like them. They're cute. Hisuian Zorua is really cute too. Honestly though, I am not as big of a fan of Hisuian Zoroark. All right. Nope. What's wild to me is that this music is the lose race music from Mario Kart. Doesn't seem like a losing music. Sounds like elevator music a little bit. I have an elevator music playlist, but it's not this playlist. Oh, that was 426. Whoops. Here, let me play the elevator music playlist. Of course, we get the seaside theme immediately. It is elevator music though, like, you can't deny it. I don't know if it would fit in this playlist, but I should add the Portal 2 radio music, or like the Portal radio music. I also don't think I have the Stanley Parable elevator music in this either. Where are these playlists? I just have them locally on a Spotify, so I can't give them to people. Nope. Am I gonna do a vid on this? Yes, but only when I complete the SHINYDEX. So the video for this is something that you probably won't see until like September of this year or something. Well, before September, because it needs to be prior to the DLC. But yeah, it probably won't be until like August or July or something. You know what the next hide and seek is? Nope. All right, egg 431. Nope. Mario movie in 6 days. I wonder if I can, so I live near a movie theater. I wonder if I should like book tickets for the premiere for that. I probably should. I don't know how hard it is to get movie tickets for like a children's movie the day up, like the day the movie comes out. Anyone have experience? Anyone with children or anyone really into like animated movies? You're gonna go late night though, so there are less kids. I should do that too. Go midday when kids are in school. Is it come out on a school day? I mean, it's around Easter though, so kids might, you know, be out of school. Because when I was in school, Easter break was like the week before or the week after Easter. So I don't think that'll matter that it's a weekday. Because a lot of kids will be on spring break. Easter break was usually just a Friday. Well, like I'm speaking with the context of Easter break being spring break. So it was a whole week. Like we don't have a separate break like a month from now or something. Or yourself, you can get lucky and find a spot in between in some places, but usually not. Are we talking about booking like day of? Because chances are, like after stream, I should just get a ticket. Like, because I want to see it. And if I don't see it the day of, you know, somebody's gonna come into my chat and spoil it. But at the same time, what are they gonna spoil? It's a Mario movie. They're gonna save the day. What do you spoil for a Mario movie? They're gonna defeat Bowser. And Chris Pratt's gonna learn what it means to be a plumber. Gonna break out into a pop song and dance at some point? That's fine. Sometimes music in movies bops, you know? Give the tier 1 I am Farron, appreciate it. Your local theater is already half to 3/4 sold out of tickets. Yeah, I should probably just go get it. I don't know how busy my theater normally is, but I think the easy way of putting it is I'm only gonna go to the movie theater that I can literally walk to. I'm not gonna drive to a movie theater. Like, literally, imagine living next to a movie theater and not walking to a movie theater. Just like, what's the point? Your theater only has 2 showings and they're both after school hours. I feel like there's no way my theater only has 2 showings. I feel like it's a big enough theater to have more than 2. But it's not like a huge theater. Ba, 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 da. Every time you've gone to a theater near you, no one other than you is there. I remember when I went to see Puss in Boots. There wasn't many people there. But I also went at like 11 p.m. because I sort of just went impulsively. It got like brought up and I was like, you know, I live by a movie theater. I could just go walk to it if they have a showing. And then they had a showing in like 20 minutes. So I bought a ticket and went. As little as I go to the movies, I feel like whenever I do move, that will be something I miss. There's definitely a luxury to like just living by a movie theater because you can just sort of go on impulse. It's like 0 commitment. Your best movie experience is probably Open DF Spider-Man No Way Home. I've heard that's a really good movie, but I'm not like a Marvel guy, so I haven't watched any of that stuff. That being said, I did like Spider-Verse a lot, so when Spider-Verse 2 comes out, I will end up watching that. Dyed your hair platinum blonde, nice. Why is he so blurry? What happened to him? Save him. Yeah, I'm taking a break from Tandem Alice because it was exhausting and I got less viewers doing it. That doesn't mean I won't go back to it. Like, I think the less viewers thing is more of a shiny hunting versus like speedrunning Mario thing. But I still want to do the shiny hunting content because it's really easy to do. Like, I often don't have stuff to stream that directly contributes toward a YouTube video. So these long projects that take like 100+ hours that I can do lots of streams of over the course of like a month are really convenient. So I still stream regularly, but I'm actually like getting work done. Like I've been trying to think of other ideas I could do that with. And when we do the SMO tier list for all the moons, that probably won't be like that. That'll probably be one stream, so I don't lose my progress on the tier list, because that would suck. How long is that even gonna take? Well, the stream is going to be collecting and ranking every moon in Mario Odyssey. So it'll be like you have your 8.5 hour all moons run, but every time I collect a moon, I have to put the moon on the tier list. We're collecting them too? Yeah, I think it makes for a better video, and it also means I'm gonna have like a 2-hour upload on my channel. It's also gonna have to be something I edit myself, because there's no way I'm telling my editor to do it. Like, it'll almost be a gag upload in a way. But the funny thing is, I don't think it'll do bad. I don't think it'll do bad. Like, I'd imagine most of what like, the way the editing will work is, like, I'll edit to a specific moon. Like, I'll edit me doing a specific moon, put the moon on the tier list, and then I'll edit to the part where I start doing the next moon. When do I plan to stream it? I don't know, because it's a very intimidating stream to do. It's not super high priority right now either, but I do plan on doing it because it is an upload and I don't think it's a bad video inherently. Ba-ba-da-bum. I love this song. It's like the main theme of Brawl, but it's elevator music. So good. Collecting the moon does make it more interesting, and it also means, how do I put it? I don't know, I think it's better. There's actually 2 ways I could do the video. I could record the tier list part separately, but I feel like that would not be good. I think the better way of doing it is, if I want to change what I say when I'm putting it on the tier list at any point, I can just re-record voiceover and like zoom in on the tier list so you don't see my webcam. I think that's probably the smart way to do it. Because I think a valuable part of a tier list is, like, I can put something as an A tier moon, but where I put it on A tier, I think is important, right? Like, when I think of a big tier list video like this, I think of some of the videos LS Mark has done, where that's been like, oh, I'm rating every episode of The Simpsons, or something like that. Like, obviously that's a cooler video than what I'm doing, but sometimes when they rank a video, they'll put it like, oh, it's between this episode and this episode, or like that's how they word it, I think. Because I haven't watched a full of any of those videos, but I feel like that's where the inspiration comes from. Screeching Hamsters, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months. I appreciate it. Shiny got shiny Lugia. Nice. Congrats. Nope. How many shinies do I have left? Like 230 something? It's a lot. Like, technically speaking, I'm at like the very beginning of the challenge, because where this challenge starts is where my 100-hour shiny hunting leaves off. Like, to me, collecting every shiny in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is the sequel to it is the sequel to I spent 100-hour shiny hunting. It's already 352 viewer idea comments. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I hope some of them don't suck. It's kind of funny. Sometimes with these things, people will submit actually good ideas, but they're just not feasible, or they're not good for the video. Or sometimes people will submit ideas that I'm doing, where it's like, oh, well, this is something I'm already gonna be making a video on. Samurai Raid drops. Wait, is that today? Yes, it's out. Oh, well, what Pokemon do I need? I can do that on stream. Because I need to get it. Actually, I can do that on my alt. I need to do an alt stream today, chat, so I can get affiliate on my alt and upload the emotes. I'll do that on my alt, probably. ! alt. Follow my alt if you want to watch me do that. I should fill the entire shiny dex. That's what I'm doing. True, the shout out command. That works too. Anger Point Tauros with Flare Blitz. Do you need Blaze Breed Tauros? I have a shiny one of those. Is it a living dex? Yeah, that's my goal. I'm basically just starting though. Well, okay, that's kind of a lie, because I have 160 plus shinies, but the way my brain works is in terms of YouTube videos, and technically speaking, where the SHINYDEX video starts is with Hisui and Zorua, because it starts after I spent 100 hours shiny hunting, and after I what is it? The if I laugh, I lose a shiny. Which after my editor finishes the manhunt video, that's probably the video I'm gonna ask them to edit The if I laugh, I lose a shiny. I need to make a thumbnail for that. I also need to ask people to record a video with me. That's another SMO thing that I keep putting off doing. Because as it turns out, I get anxious asking people to do things for me. Shiny's the easiest and hardest to get so far. Hardest is definitely any shiny you have to breed for. Because generally speaking, there isn't any shiny in this game that'll take over 10 hours to get unless you have to breed for it. Like, Masuda method shinies are just the longest. Like, even Spiritomb, which if you hunted in the overworld is like a 50-hour hunt, you can still Masuda method for, so it's just a 10-hour hunt. Or 3-segmented Unsparse. Well, 3-segmented Unsparse doesn't count for SHINYDEX. Because it's not significantly different enough. Like, it's the most impressive shiny I have, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be a part of the SHINYDEX video. It's going to be its own video with the other rare shinies. What's this music called? I think it's Miitomo, like shopping or something. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Do I have charm? Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to get a shiny living dex without a shiny charm. It's actually funny. I'm one of the first people in the game to have gotten the shiny charm. I got my shiny charm on like Saturday, November like 20th or something. I got it like 60 hours after the game came out in Japan. Yeah, the egg counter is just Zorua. When we do our next egg hunt, I'll set it back to 0. Well, for eggs, dude guy, it's a 1 in 512 chance. So the odds I'm dealing with right now aren't particularly unlucky in any way. They're pretty standard. Streams are some of your first here. There were some good streams. The 100. Oh wait, no, yeah, the shiny or the speedrun one. My only regret with that video is I feel like I sound pretentious in it. But I guess it's sort of like writing a cover letter, right? When you're trying to sell people on why to watch your YouTube video. You just sort of have to gloat, I guess, a little bit. And overvalue your accomplishment. Marathon's what really sold you on Twitch? It's funny. I think I probably streamed more in that marathon than I've streamed this month. I have like not streamed much this month at all. Just part of the reason why my viewership's gone down on Twitch. But it's also because I haven't been playing Mario. Because I haven't had Mario content to stream. I should do prep for one of my Mario Party ideas, honestly. Like, it's not Mario 3D, but it's still Mario. No, but I want to do I want to do something else before that, though, because it's like different theming, and I don't want to say what the something else is, because I don't want to give away the Mario Party thing I want to do. but it's similar to another idea I have. So yeah. And how well that first idea does might affect whether or not I want to apply the same idea to a different game. $469 eggs. Nice. Now for 470. I don't think I've talked about this yet this stream, chat. You want to know something that sort of bothered me about Pokemon as I've been like thinking about like this game and also the Pokemon anime, because I have a friend who's been watching literally every episode of the Pokemon anime. They're almost done. They're in the last season. They're in the last 100 episodes. So Rotom as a Pokemon. And that's the tweet. Rotom bothers me. Because from when a kid, I remember Rotom as the funky little Pokemon in the spooky mansion in the TV. But now they're just like a phone. I liked Rotom when it was a creepy little ghost guy. But now they're just... I don't know, like every bit of Pokemon technology has a Rotom in it. Like it's in literally everything. Such a banger, true. Rip eShop. But yeah, that's... I was thinking about that because I was like, you know, seeing my friend watch like Pokemon over Discord, and it's just like, man, Rotom is in literally everything. It's like a drone. It's like talking to people. I miss when Rotom was a creepy little ghost in the TV. Must be some kind of disaster that led to the sudden abundance of ghosts to possess all the electronics. I don't know, maybe. When I'm making SMO content, I have an SMO video coming out literally Saturday. $475. Chat, there's a part of me that wishes April Fools came more often, because I have some like banger April Fools video ideas, but they're video ideas that like don't make sense to upload any other day of the year. Because I feel like it's funnier when you upload it on April 1st, instead of it just being like, haha, we made this funny little mod. You feel me, chat? You feel me on that one? No, we're doing the intense music now. Because I need the shiny. Nintendo's April fooling me. Yeah. I remember when there was a part of me that wanted to do a What is it? Like a VTuber for April 1st. But it's just, that's too expensive to do as a joke. And like, if I spent that much money on a VTuber, I would find other uses for it. PNG tuber? No. I don't like PNG tubers. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that my mindset is like, if I want to do something, I want to go all out on it. I think I have like some good examples of what I mean by that. And I think, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. I think a great way to explain what I mean, where it's like, when I do an idea, I just like going all out on it, is the Pokemon If I Laugh, I Lose video. That's getting turned into a video, and it'll be fine. But if you watch that stream and heard like me after I finished the stream, where it's like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make a video. I think it just sort of goes to show where it's like, if I don't feel something is good enough, I'll get iffy on it, even if it's passable. Like we did 2 You Laugh, You Lose streams for Pokemon. And in fairness, I don't know if the first stream would have been passable as a video. But it just goes to show, like, if I do an idea, I don't want to waste it. It's hard to come up with video ideas. For Odyssey, yes. For everything else, not really. Like, with Odyssey videos, everything's already been done, basically. I feel like it's hard to come up with a new idea. So, like, even some of the ideas that I have that I'm excited to do videos on, there's, like, similar videos already out there. Like, one of the videos I really want to do, that probably won't happen until a bit further down the line, is like something that other YouTubers have already done. It'll also be really expensive. Well, actually, it won't necessarily be really expensive because it'll be reusing content technically. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum. Got a 97 on your exam from 2 hours ago. Nice. How much longer are you gonna stream? I might just do this egg batch and then we'll be done. Because we're getting close to like 5 hours. By the time this egg batch is done, it'll probably have been about 5 hours. Have you seen the Mario Bros. Plumbing ad? I think so. I mean, I've seen a good amount of the marketing for the Mario movie. It's good. Also, remind me after stream chat. I need to book a ticket to that movie because I want to see it on the premiere day, and I don't want to have to drive to a movie theater. So I need to make sure I book it for the movie theater that is in walking distance. What state do I live in? Ohio. It's like a little rainbow when I say it. The odds are 1 in 512. So we're almost, I think by the end of this sandwich, we will be at that number about around 512. All right, come on, egg. Nope. 487. Is it really weird in Ohio? No, it's just a normal Midwest state. I live near a city. I'm in the Cincinnati area. So, like... it's not like I'm in rural Ohio. Like, sure, every once in a while, I will see a billboard that says evolution isn't real. But, like, it's pretty normal other than that. Heck. Those people haven't seen a Pokemon, have they? I know! Hecked up. Enzo, hello, hope you're doing alright. Why did you used to be called Simply Fur? Because it was, I wanted my name to be Fur, but I couldn't get Fur, and that's what I chose at the time. Nowadays, I go for Fur underscore because it's a bit closer to Fur. And I can get it on Twitch. It's a bit annoying though, because a lot of my platforms don't line up just because of how hard it is to get the ideal name of just a Fur. Like, YouTube is at Fur. Like, thank God. But Twitter is Simply Fur. Instagram was Fur was taken because Simply Fur was taken and Fur underscore was taken. Minecraft's also Simply Fur. Though there was a period of time in like 2019 or something that Simply Fur was not taken, or sorry, Fur underscore was not taken on Minecraft, and I regret not getting it. Twitter's at 6999 followers. That sounds about right. It's been right around 7K. I know it's been going up and down just because like follower counts aren't stagnant. Nope. It kind of sucks that Twitter's falling apart when I start finally getting followers on Twitter. I wish there was a social media platform I liked that wasn't Twitter. Because, like, Instagram sucks. No way I'm using Facebook. Other platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Twitch serve different purposes. Same with Reddit. Reddit also has the issue of being really easy to doom scroll. r/fur coming soon. That's probably already a subreddit. I don't want a subreddit. I don't want to become a YouTuber or streamer that does Reddit reacts. I know it can be a way to like bond with your community, but that's just not me. Also, I hope you're doing all right, Chloe. I love this. It goes so hard. Do you hear that piano? Like, oh. This is definitely my favorite rendition of this song. It's just so good. Went out to dinner with your dad? Nice. We love to hear it. Find it to be 3 content if you get big enough. Yeah, but I guess if you get big enough, you don't really have to make content as much. Like once you reach that point where you can just watch YouTube videos and get 10,000 views, then it's just like, yeah. Like if you're a Twitch streamer that averages like 10K plus views, the amount of money you're making just on ad revenue alone is ridiculous. $4.98. Like if you have like 10,000 subs, get like 10,000 viewers, and all you do is just watch like YouTube videos, you're making like absurd money. That was $4.99. This is 500. Egg 500. Yeah, but you get millions of views on YouTube. I make good money on YouTube. I make some money on Twitch. Like, I'm not going to dismiss the money I make on Twitch, but I don't make as much money on Twitch as I do on YouTube. All right, egg 501 maybe? Yeah, as a content creator, I make my money on YouTube right now. YouTube splits for ads are like way higher than most platforms. YouTube splits for ads is like 55, 45, I think, which is the same as Twitch now if you do ads incentive. What does shiny Hisuian Zorua look like? Blue and dark gray. Or Shadow Legends. I mean, sponsors are helpful. I'm trying to incorporate more stuff into sponsors after YouTube and stuff. Isn't the Twitch split after fees or something? I don't know. I just know Twitch advertises 55% now on ads, which is good, but you have to do ads incentive to get it, which is bad. It's a big goal for this year, diversify your income. It's hard. Like, even as somebody who's doing well on YouTube, it's hard for me to offer advice on YouTube because I feel like most of my experience for what makes a good video is about when you already have a well-established YouTube audience, as opposed to breaking the barrier to getting an established YouTube audience. Because my breakthrough point was hide and seek, which like tripled my sub count in a week. Now everything after that was, you know, on my own volition. I put in a ton of work, and there's a reason like my channels continued to do well. So yeah, I don't necessarily have good advice on like how to break the barrier. Which I don't even know if you can give good advice on that, because like I think a lot of that part is just luck. Like I think when it comes to going from like having your YouTube like start, you know, gaining traction, it is really just a matter of keep continuing to produce like the best content you can, and then eventually getting lucky. What you think is a good video could not be interesting to another group someone else is trying to appeal to. Yeah, like you just never really know. I feel like it's harder to know when you have a smaller audience too. Like something I believe with YouTube is it's easier to learn what works and what doesn't the larger sample size of viewers you have. Because you get more feedback the larger a creator you are. Or there be also an algorithm and things you can work on outside of the video? Maybe. I really like Doug's video on becoming a YouTuber and making videos. Like, I don't agree with 100% of the stuff in it, but it's like it very much focuses on like the content itself you're making. A lot of people's breakthrough points are through collabs. A lot of people are, but not everyone. I think people sometimes hyper fixate on collabs to make videos do better, when in reality, one collab isn't going to change your channel necessarily. You don't think a lot of inspiration from? A lot of people take inspiration from Doug. Even even the Ludwig takes inspiration from Doug Doug. Is this the one? Nope. But if your collab is with the president, I don't think the president wants to collab with YouTubers. The most consistent way to do that, from what I've seen, is leech off of others' communities. I mean, that's what Ludwig's is being a YouTuber luck video is, right? He made a video about Mizkif, donated to Mizkif. Mizkif watched the video on stream because he donated, and then the video blew up. So, like... You know, leeching can work. I definitely prefer the mindset of like just trying to make good, irreplaceable content. Like something you can't get somewhere else. And the idea that if you put, you know, enough of it out there and keep like consistent, eventually it can pick up traction if it is genuinely good content. Which I think is the hard part, because I feel like a lot of people, when they start making YouTube videos, the YouTube videos suck. And I'm speaking from myself here, where I think a lot of my old videos suck. Nope. This one collaboration almost certainly won't make or break a creator. Yeah, I can give somebody a jump start, but it's like, it's tricky because like the nature of the collab matters a lot, and what you've done before and after the collab also matters a lot. $5.15. Nope. Look back and cringe, it only means you've improved. Yeah. I think looking back and cringing is, I guess, generally a good sign. I could not bring myself to watch some of my oldest videos. Especially like the videos right before the hide and seek era. When the time's going to pop off, it's important to also have a backlog of content. Yeah, I think that's important. And if there isn't necessarily a backlog, it's super important that you keep making stuff. Like, I think part of the reason my channel is where it is because once I popped off, I kept making stuff. And there was also a ton of old content I had that was like highlights and other things. Like when the first hide and seek videos started blowing up, some of my other videos started getting good views. The Bowser's Fury video had like 8,000 views before hide and seek, but now that video has hundreds of thousands of views. And it's the same with the Superstar Mode video, and as much as that video makes me cringe, I think it has like, it might have like 500,000 views at this. How many views does it have? I'm gonna cry looking at this. I'm gonna be so upset. Because out of all the videos on my channel that I look back on and cringe, the Superstar mode video does it the most. Superstar, yeah, Superstar is almost 500,000. And I hate that video. I hate that video. Why? It's just like, I don't, the humor. Like how, let's see what's in the egg first. Like the humor is very, I feel Scott the Woz inspired and not me. Like I feel like the video is me trying to be somebody I'm not when it comes to the humor side of things. And I feel like because of that, when I watch it, it comes off as really cringy. Like obviously there's a part of me in it, but I think it's me taking too much from my influences. And because of that, I don't think it's as funny. I feel like my first hide and seek video is like that a bit too. I think it's trying too much to be like Doug-esque. When in reality, the way I like excel making videos is not making them like Doug does. I feel like anyone in creative business that learns on influences until they find their own voice. Yeah, that's true. Like, I think the videos that like really come into my own are videos like the fastest way to travel in like Mario and fastest way to travel in Breath of the Wild. The Breath of the Wild one's better, but I think it's just generally because it's newer. Like, I think a lot of my more modern scripted content and the puppet videos and stuff like that are more reflective of like my own personal humor and what I like making in a funny haha video. And then like other than that, most of my other content I like making is just highlights. I feel like a lot of videos do not need to be more than a highlight video. But I think part of the reason that's the case is because I have a good audience on YouTube already. So my videos don't necessarily need to stand out as much. If that makes sense. Because like it'll hit that initial audience, and if the idea is good enough, it'll hit a bigger audience. But I don't know, maybe I'm also just funnier than I realize I am when I'm doing highlights, or I'm just better at that than I think I am. Or maybe it's because the content, even though it doesn't have post commentary or anything like that. Gosh dang it. Yeah, maybe it's because it's still irreplaceable in some regards, because a lot of the content I do for Odyssey is unique in the sense that it's like this modded thing that hasn't been done before because I literally paid to get it made. Like, I don't know. It's weird to think that the budget on a lot of my videos is easily over $500 at this point. Like, if it's a modded video, I'm spending like a minimum of $500 or $600. And that's like the minimum. But that's also because dev work is expensive, and then I also pay an editor. So I think in some instances it's cheaper than you would expect, but a lot of the time it is more expensive than you would think. But other times it's just like, oh, somebody made the flood mod and then I edited it myself, so I didn't spend any money on the video. You're keeping Amethyst in house and home? Yeah, I am. I do pay Amethyst a good amount. Do I want to do another sandwich? I don't know if I do. How long have I been streaming for? About 5 hours. Yeah, I don't think I want to do another sandwich because a sandwich is like an hour and a half, so we'd be going to 6.5 hours. And I want to do an alt stream tonight so I can, you know, get affiliate on that account because I have like 7 emotes. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed hearing about me talking about YouTube stuff. Technically, the Breath of God mod was free in mod work. It was free, but that's because they didn't want me to pay them. I offered it, and they said no. Mario tickets, true. All right, I typed it in Google, so I'll do it. All right, I think we're gonna raid dangers. The dangers. Yeah, I will be back Saturday. Saturday should be the I'm in like a Pokemon Showdown thing. That'll be random battles and prediction. Oh yeah, did we get it? Choose outcome. Nope. Yeah, so that should be Saturday. I'll be on my alt later today just because I need to get affiliate. I'll probably do the Samurott raid because that's a thing now, right? Let me double check. Is it a raid? But yeah, we'll have some more Mario content soon though, chat. Don't worry. I need to do more of the 2D mod. That'll be soon. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'll do this. I will do that on my alt. All right, bye. Give Dangers some love. Oh wait, I can't even raid yet. This is hecked up. Also, Chloe, if you're still here and ever have any questions about YouTube, you can ask me, but I can't guarantee answers. All right, bye guys.